Try to do Zoom, but 90% chance, no.
I can. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you.
Okay, good.
That was Mr. Dallas? Okay. We'll now call the meeting of the Beaufort County Board of Education to order. It's at Hilton Head Island Middle School Media Center in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. This is November 22nd, 2023. It is now 4:32 p.m. And this is being conducted in hybrid video conferencing. This meeting will be live streamed by the county channel. In accordance with new safety and security guidelines, bags, backpacks, and purses are prohibited by the public at Beaufort County Board of Education meetings. Requests for public comments will be accepted from 5 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. by sending an email with your name, phone number, and topic to Robin Cushenberry at beaufortk12.sc.us. You will receive a phone call during public comments when you will be able to speak and address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. The forum will be limited to 30 minutes. If you are in person, you may address the board for a maximum of 3 minutes on issues within the board's domain. Each speaker must fill out a public comment card. Please see the board clerk for a card. Requests for second public comments will be accepted between 7 and 7:30 in the same manner as above. The second public comments will take place prior to adjournment, no later than 9 p.m. The second forum will be limited to 15 minutes. In the event the board has not finished addressing all items listed on the November 21st, 2023 agenda, the board will reconvene at 6 p.m. on November 22nd, the next business day, to finish agenda items. Our first action is to have an executive session. I'm going to read what's going to be discussed in executive session, and we'll ask for a motion after I read everything that will be included. Item number 1, discussion of negotiations. Incident to proposed amendment numbers 56 to MB-Con construction contract for capital improvements at H.E. McCracken Middle School pursuant to SC Code 30-4-70A2. Second item, discussion of negotiations incident to a proposed amendment number 11 to Turner and Townsend hearing contract for project management year 5 services from January 2024 to March 2024 pursuant to SC Code section 30-4-70A2. Third item, discussion of proposed award of construction management at-risk contract for renovation and modification projects RFP number 20-007 pursuant to SC Code section 30-4-70A2. Fourth item, discussion of proposed award of architectural contract for professional design services for renovation and modification projects RFQ number 24-003 pursuant to SC Code section 30-4-70A2. Lastly, discussion of proposed negotiations incident to the purchase of property in Bluffton, South Carolina, pursuant to SC Code section 30-4-70A2. Do I have a motion to approve this executive session? Moved by Ms. Boatwright, seconded by Ms. Gordon. Any discussion? Seeing no hands or hearing no discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Online, would you please give me your name and your vote, please?
Secretary, aye.
Hey, aye.
Mr. Smith is aye. And Mr. Dallas is aye. Motion carries unanimously. We will now go into executive session.
You doing all right?
It is now 6 p.m. I need to mute this again. I call the meeting to order. Hey, I'm having a little difficulty.
I think just turn the audio off.
Got it off.
Get out of the audio. Have no audio.
It's still on? There it goes. I think it went off. Okay, I got it. All right, are there any actions as necessary or appropriate regarding matters discussed in executive session. Ms. Boatright?
Yes, we have several motions coming out of executive committee. The first motion is that I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 56 with MB Con Construction Company for the H.E. McCracken Middle School FY 2024 capital improvements based on the guaranteed maximum price of $647,600.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Dallas. Any discussion? Mr. Smith? Not to push it, just talk.
Okay. The only question I had with this was this on the approved 8% list before? And I guess you can come and answer that, Mr. Ollings, just for the public, so we can give the public knowledge.
Yes, sir, Mr. Smith. All the items listed to be done at H. McCracken were included on the FY 2024 8% list.
And the only reason why this is coming forward is just so that, because of the price tag. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Hearing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
aye.
Aye. Motion carries unanimously.
No, no.
And one abstention. Okay.
Second motion is that I move that the Board of Education approve amendment number 11 with Turner and Townsend Heery, which authorizes a not-to-exceed limit of $511,414 for the year 2024 Program Management Plan.
Second? Do I have a second? Ms. Gordon? Is it moved and seconded? Are there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Abstention? One. Motion carries.
Okay, motion number 3. I move that the board authorize the superintendent to issue an award for Ajax Building Company, LLC, Charles Perry Partners Incorporated, MB Con Construction Company, Shoreline Commercial LLC, and Thompson Turner Construction to provide construction management at risk services for renovation and modification projects as described in FRP number 24-007. The board authorizes the superintendent to execute a contract with the contractors upon the expiration of the protest period.
Do I have a second? Second by Mr. Campbell. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention? Ms. Hay?
Aye.
Aye, aye. Motion carries.
And our final motion?
Could you, the motion carries, what was the motion?
The motion carries,
The 2 abstentions.
one abstention.
No,
Two.
Mr. Smith
Two.
also
Yeah, I
abstained.
abstained.
2 abstentions.
Yes, sir.
You abstain.
I abstain.
Okay,
Absolutely.
corrected. Go
Okay.
ahead, Mr. Boatright.
Final motion. I move that the board authorize the superintendent to issue an award to Horde Copland Mocht, Jumper Carter Cease Architects, PA, and Quackenbush Architects and Planners for professional design services for renovation and modification projects. The board authorizes the superintendent to negotiate the architectural contracts and upon successful negotiations, execute a contract with the firm.
Do you have a second? Mr. Campbell? Any discussion? Here, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Okay, yes, I'm sorry, I forgot to. Aye, yes.
Aye. Ms. Hay?
Aye.
Aye. Abstention? Mr. Smith? And Dr. Wisniewski. Motion carries.
Okay, we have a 5th motion coming out of executive session. I move that the board authorize the superintendent to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the town of Bluffton and negotiate the sale of the properties reviewed in executive session.
Second by Ms. Gordon. Discussion? Mr. Smith?
At this time, I cannot support this motion due to the word of negotiation, even though I do understand that the actual purchase of this process I mean, the purchase of this property will have to be brought back to the board, but I just think that there are a lot of questions that I would like to have had to this prior motion, because I'm sure that the staff and the superintendent and the town of Bluffton have had it longer than we have to think about this. And anytime we're beginning to enter this type of conversation, I think I would like some time to sleep on this and understand this, because I take spending taxpayers' money very seriously, and not saying that no one else doesn't, but I just don't like making huge million-dollar decisions based on hearing one day or having one conversation. I would like to have a couple conversations in terms of that before we even get in the negotiation process. That's just my purview. So with that, tonight I can't support this motion. Thank you.
Any other discussion?
A point of clarification. The MOU is going to be reviewed by the board prior to being signed, or are you signing it? I just want to make sure I'm clear on the process.
We can do that.
Okay, thank you.
All those in favor of this motion signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Hey, aye. Those abstaining? No one abstaining, and one opposed.
All opposed.
All
Thank
right,
you.
motion carries. Is that all, Ms. Boatright?
Yes, that concludes, right, Robert? I didn't miss anything. That concludes all the motions coming out of executive session.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of the agenda, and we are going to be moving OE 15 briefing from the consent agenda to the board business action part of the agenda. And I'll describe why when we get to operations report.
Approve tonight's agenda.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Second by Mr. Smith. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Did you say aye?
Yeah. I bet you would put the.
It's not on the consent agenda. It's going to the board business actions because it wasn't unanimously voted on in the committee.
Right, also.
Okay, we'll have to vote on it when we get to the consent agenda then, because we already voted on the agenda and passed the agenda. So we can still vote on it again when we get to the consent agenda to bring it back to the full board. Okay, the next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please remain standing for a moment of silence. A moment of silence for Mr. Tommy Thompson, who was a student of Hilton Head High School and who passed away 2 weeks ago. Thank you very much. The next item on the agenda is the student performance. Tonight we have a virtual performance by Hilton Head Island Middle School students. Here to tell us about the performance is Principal Clint Austin.
Good evening, and thank you all for joining us tonight. We are proud to present a few numbers from our students in chorus and in band. The first number that you will see is from 10 members of our 55-member chorus, and it's from the performance that was recently performed at the Ghost Pirates game. We had a spirit night, and they were able to come out on the ice to perform. Following that, you will see 2 numbers from our band and percussion ensemble. Thank you all. and I should announce, because he's trying to hide, Mr. Wechter is the band and chorus director. If we could please give him a big round of applause.
As the Beaufort and Island Middle School Choir, as directed by James Whitmer, performs our national anthem.
Thank you very much. Our next is points of celebrations. Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Colonel Guyer. Under points of celebration today, we have quite a few items that we want to celebrate and students that we want to celebrate today. We'll begin with the character education for the month of August. August is a 12th grade student, Jesus Morales. Our character education program was formed to support parents' efforts to develop good character in their children, and tonight we're celebrating the Character Ed Student of the Month exhibiting the character trait of friendship and kindness. Friendship is defined as the emotions or conduct of friends, the state of being friends, and kindness is defined as the quality of being friendly, generous, and considerate. August Student of the Month for Southern Beaufort County is Jesus Morales Cortez, a senior at Hilton Head Island High School. And here to introduce his student is Principal Stephen Shidrich.
Good evening, members of the Board of Education. I'm here to present on behalf of Jesus Morales Cortez. So on Wednesday, August 23rd, a teacher at Hilton Head Island High School witnessed Jesus Morales Cortez carry out a random act of kindness. A fellow student dropped his lunch in the cafeteria. Many students witnessed the drop, but only Jesus got up and assisted the student. He helped clean up the spill and did so with a gentle smile. The teacher addressed Jesus for his seemingly innocent act to acknowledge what he had done. To apologize, Jesus was going to be here tonight, but at the last minute he couldn't come. So anyway, I'll accept the award on his behalf, but Jesus really appreciates everybody honoring him tonight. So thank you. Thank you.
Next is the character education for September. And continuing with Student of the Month, the September character trait was acceptance. And acceptance is defined as the action or process of being received as adequate or suitable. September's Student of the Month for Southern Beaufort County is Luis Cortez, a third grader at Hilton Head Island School for the Creative Arts. And here to introduce her student is Principal Nikki Lucas. And Luis, if you're here, come forward, please.
Come on, Luis.
Good evening, members of the board. This is Luis Cortez. He is a third grade student at Hilton Head School for the Creative Arts, and he was voted by his teacher for the September Student of the Month Award. He is one of the kindest, most caring students you'll ever meet, always has a kind word in the hallway for staff and other children, and we're so very proud of him. He's a good boy, and congratulations.
Continuing on with character education for the month of October. The final student of the month for this evening is for the month of October, and character traits for October were courage and tolerance. Courage is defined as doing the right thing in the face of difficulty and following your conscience instead of the crowd. Tolerance is defined as realizing that everyone is at varying levels of character development. Also, from Hilton Head Island School for Creative Arts, invite Principal Lucas to introduce her October Student of the Month. And if Navia Lawyer is here, if you would come forward, please.
Members of the board, this is Nevaeh Lawyer. Tonight's a really good night for Hilton Head School of the Creative Arts. We have 2 students that are being recognized. I could not be more proud going into Thanksgiving, but Nevaeh is such a sweet girl. I had the honor of watching her in the classroom as I was observing a lesson, and she's a good friend to everyone. She's very patient with her peers, always willing to help others. So we're so very proud of you, Nevaeh. Congratulations.
Now, this evening, we want to recognize May River's golf team. Here with us tonight, we have a three-time state championship team from May River High School, and here to introduce us to the team and tell us about the championship is Interim Athletic Director, Coach Bigham.
Good evening, members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here because we have a great group of young ladies, and the first-year coach has done an excellent job in maintaining the standards that we have at May River High School. I know from the beginning of the season, our young ladies said that they were kind of upset because they came in second in the state last year, and they wanted to redeem themselves. So this year was kind of their redemption tour, and just like I said, they worked hard. They guidance of our first-year coach, they did a great job, and they won the state championships once again for us. And introducing, as far as our young ladies, we have Ava Cunningham. Madison Mitchell. Robin Zacha. Claire Green. Haley Zhao. And Gwen Manx. Now, Coach Nathan Campbell. Coach, would you like to share any words of how you led these ladies to a championship?
I think their actions speak for themselves. These girls worked very hard to put forth a very good effort. They did that, and I'm just really proud of all the work that they put in golf and in the classroom. They are excellent students as well. So it's just a privilege to get to spend time with them and watch them develop on the game of golf.
Also this evening, we'll be celebrating Hilton Head Island Art Awards. And so several Hilton Head Island High School students and one teacher placed first place in the South Carolina Art Fair Art Competition. And here to tell us about the art competition and introduce the art students and staff is Principal Shidrich.
Hello again. Good night for the Seahawks. The State Fair is South Carolina's largest recurring event, attracting over 400,000 fairgoers annually. Part of the fair includes numerous competitions. One of these is fine art. This year, Hilton High School submitted 46 student artworks and 5 professional artworks created by 3 Hilton Head Island High School teachers. Student submissions are entered under the grade they created the work and category by media. Divisions are 2D, 3D, photography, and digital art. With the submission deadline so early in the current school year, all submitted student work was created last spring. Of those submissions, 12 student pieces and 1 professional artwork received awards. However, 33 other student works were juried in as well, and they were considered. All 5 of the teachers, when they submitted their work, were actually made the cut and were juried as well. But we had 4 first place finishes. So here are the blue ribbon awardees, and again, this is for first place. So Maeve Dolan, first place, 11th grade, 2D category. Jason Jose, first place, 11th grade photography category. And Veronica Gardner Lohman, first place, 9th grade, 3D category. And for our staff, for the professional award, Kimberly Smith, first place, professional digital art category.
Moving along, Michelin Design Challenge. A couple of weeks ago, siblings Charlotte, Elizabeth, and Thaddeus Rios were presented with the Michelin Design Challenge Award at the Hilton Head Concours d'Elegance. Here to introduce the Rios siblings and Bluffton High School Assistant Principal Jamie Brown.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Good evening, members of the board. As mentioned, I'm here for the Michelin Junior Challenge Design District Challenge that recently took place, and on behalf of Principal Donica and Bobcat Nation, I'm extremely proud and honored to get to present this award to the Rios siblings, Thaddeus, Charlotte, and Ava. The competition was all about designing a vehicle that inspires you through inspiration and creativity, and as the Rios siblings stated, creativity has no limitations. And just as proud as we are for them earning this prestigious award for Bobcat Nation and exemplifying excellence, I think it's a testament to the Rios themselves and standing for what we believe in, which is family. And seeing 3 siblings come up here tonight and win this award, we are just extremely proud tonight. So Thaddeus, Ava, Charlotte, come on up.
Next is Youth and Government. Beaufort County School District schools traditionally have an excellent youth and government extracurricular program, and each year, those students make a strong showing at the annual Youth and Government Conference in Columbia. This year was no different, and I'd like to ask Ms. Erin Reichert, Bluffton High's Youth and Government Advisor and Social Studies teacher, to come forward and tell us more about their students' performance in Columbia.
Hello, I'd like to say thank you. We are so grateful for your support of this program. Both the district and the board supports this program, and the kids learned so much. I cannot say enough of what they're able to accomplish just in a few short days. I'm so proud of this year's group. They were able to do something which is extremely difficult to do at this conference, which is get elected. And both of our candidates were able to get elected this year. They ran wonderful campaigns, inspiring campaigns. And without further ado, I will announce next year's 2024 Lieutenant Governor and Attorney General. First, Gianna Wilson was elected as the 2024 Youth and Government Lieutenant Governor. And we also have here Genesis Hernandez, who was elected as the Attorney General for next year. And then also at the conference, they do give out quite a few different awards, and this year we were able to win, or two students were able to win, an award called the Outstanding Bill Award, which also is difficult to win. They only select a few bills out of each chamber of the conference. So we have those two students here as well, and that was William Zinzian and Brendan Hallis.
Shop.
So I don't know what they like more, the conference or the dressing up part, but they definitely dress the part, act the part, walk the part, and they learned so much. So we're just so grateful to everyone who supports this program and keeps it running year after year, and just, I can't say enough of how much they learn, so thank you.
Okay, we have one more item here, and that is Beaufort County School District Middle School League champions. And so tonight we're celebrating middle school champions for volleyball and football. And here to tell us more about the championships is District Athletic Director, Mr. Carlos Cave.
Board, I say good evening. It is with honor that I stand before you to recognize the accomplishments of our middle school athletic programs. At the beginning of this year, we put into play a concept of having a middle school league. That league consisted of Beaufort County middle schools. When putting that into play, we also established a constitution and bylaws. Part of what that constitution and bylaws state is that we are going to recognize moving forward the champion, as well as coach of the year, player of the year, and coach's choice of the year, in an effort to celebrate, even though it's not taking place on a statewide level, but these teams are excelling within Beaufort County and will eventually become outstanding leaders and athletes on various high school teams within the county. So without further ado, I'd like to acknowledge first and foremost River Ridge Academy. River Ridge Academy Volleyball won the volleyball championship, and if we have any members of the River Ridge volleyball team, they will come up. Also, I would like to recognize the volleyball coach of the year for Beaufort County 2023, Mr. Benjamin Clark. Player of the year for volleyball 2023, Miss Brooklyn Macy. And our Coach's Choice Coach of the Year, Miss Haley Easter, 2023 volleyball. And now we'll move on to football. This year's football team finished the regular season undefeated and won in a thrilling overtime contest. At this time, we would like to celebrate and acknowledge Robert Smalls Leadership Academy middle school football team. If we have any of those players, could you come up and the coach? As they come forward, we would like to, at this time, acknowledge the 2023 Football Coach of the Year, Mr. Mike Hogg. This next young man is Player of the Year, 2023 for football, and I had the pleasure of coaching his father when I was the head football coach at Battery Creek, and his father was an outstanding football player. This young man, the Player of the Year for 2023, Mr. Nigel Fripp. And our final award is Coach's Choice Coach of the Year, and this award goes to Mr. Marion Smalls.
That concludes our points of celebration.
The next item on the agenda is public comments. And it is board policy that the following statement be read at the beginning of each public comment session. Whereas, in order to ensure the safety, security, and good order of its school board meetings and allow all citizens a fair opportunity to participate in public comment, Beaufort County Schools Board Governance Policy GC 2-23-4, adherence to public participation's paragraph B states that should a participant fail to abide by the reasonable directives of the board's or committee's presiding officer, the board or committee may prohibit the offending speaker from participating in future public comment sessions for a period not to exceed 6 months. Our first public comment is from Mr. Richard Bissey.
Good evening. I want to congratulate the school board for deciding to maintain student achievement at 25% of the evaluation criteria for Superintendent Rodriguez. The effort to decrease that to 10%, led by board member Ingrid Boatwright, was illogical, misdirected, misguided, foolish, and just plain wrong. Ms. Boatwright tried to convince the board that the South Carolina Ready test scores are, in her words, a flawed instrument, and the state is currently reevaluating that instrument without offering any proof. Well, her remarks got my attention, and I went straight to the source, the South Carolina Department of Education, and they confirmed, and I quote, "While instruments undergo continuous improvement efforts, there is no specific deficiency that we are currently trying to account for or fix." So Ms. Boatwright was using false information to lure the school board into a decision that had been wrong, that would have been wrong. Mr. Smith told the board that improved student achievement should be the #1 goal of this school district, and if anything, the percentage should be increased from 25%. As he noted, this county is one of the wealthiest counties in the state of South Carolina, and you've got a budget of more than $320 million, you need to set, as in his words, a bold standard. Several other board members expressed support for a percentage higher than 25%, including Mr. Ney and Mr. Dallas, who, by the way, was correct to point out that so-called instructional leadership was not measurable, but student achievement was a measurable component. It's encouraging to see Mr. Dallas and Mr. Ney and a few other members not agreeing to lowering the bar that currently exists. I've said it before to this board and to previous boards, but it's worth repeating. Your single most important job is to manage one individual, and that's the superintendent, and to hold him accountable for student achievement. You're failing at your primary job. Despite what you hear from the administration, the most recent South Carolina Ready scores show that nearly 50% of grade 8 students are not at grade level in English, and nearly 72% of grade 8 students are not at grade level in math. And yet, Superintendent Rodriguez's most recent evaluation said he is a highly effective leader and probably in line for yet another pay raise. God forbid if he was ineffective. And it's so ironic that the school board members who were critics of the Jeff Moss School Board and considered themselves reformers when they ran for the school board are now the problem.
Your time is up. Our next comment comes from Robin Liebenberg. I hope I pronounced that right.
People rarely do. Thank you. Robin Liebenberg, I'm a retired teacher. On November 8th, the State Board of Education released a proposed change to the regulations regarding selection of instructional materials. Historically, the SBE oversees the selection of textbooks, but local policies have guided the selection of additional instructional materials, such as library books and other ancillary classroom materials. The draft regulation they released would take control away from schools and districts and place it in the hands of the SBE. This proposed regulation establishes two main guidelines for instructional materials. One, age and developmentally appropriate. Materials must be suitable to particular age groups based on developing cognitive and behavioral capacity typical for the age group. The proposal also states that a material is not age appropriate if it contains visual depictions or descriptions of sexual conduct as defined in state statute, or if it is considered indecent or obscene under the broadcast guidelines for the FCC. 2, educationally suitable. The material must be aligned with the instructional program of the school and district, which means it must be connected to the standards laid out in the profile of a South Carolina graduate. According to our South Carolina Education Association, which opposes this effort, under this definition, classic works of literature such as Romeo and Juliet, The Odyssey, The Scarlet Letter, 1984, Medea, The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, and others would be prohibited materials. The absence of these works from our school libraries will only leave our young Beaufort County readers further behind. And with such broad and vague parameters, anything can be banned. All of Shakespeare, the Bible, and leisure reading, that's DOA with this idea. I would urge you to keep these choices local. Note, in our struggle in the past year with the infamous 97 book list, our local review committees returned all but 4 to library shelves. Our local professional educators and librarians, those who know firsthand what our children need, should be making these choices, not political operatives trying to undo the work we have done in Beaufort County to oppose banned books this year. I urge you to add your voices as a school board to those now telling the State Board of Education to vote no on this proposed regulation. Thank you so much for your time.
Ms. Cushenberry, we have some one call in. Would you please call them up?
The last name and your topic. Are you ready?
Good evening. My name is Ivy Salai. My topic is sexually explicit books in our schools. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you. On Tuesday of last week, the State Department of Education proposed a new regulation for its first reading, Regulation 43-170, Uniform Procedure for Selection or Reconsideration of Instructional Materials. It passed unanimously. It was drafted to handle lewd and obscene books that have been found in public school libraries across the state. Beaufort is probably the leading county to have used the flawed model policy put out by the State Department of Education under the leadership of Molly Spearman. Many of these books will be removed under this new regulation, so why not be proactive now? I'd like to correct the previous speaker, and the books that she listed will not be removed under this regulation. I will now read an excerpt from Shine by Lauren Miracle, which was recommended to go back to middle and high school. A child as young as 11 could check out this book. Page 277. His breath smelled like my daddy's corn liquor. He fumbled at the elastic of my panties, but my cutoffs were too tight, and he couldn't work his fingers to where he wanted. Come on now, Cat, let me feel how wet you are. I didn't know what he meant. I pressed my spine into the sofa to get away from him, but moving like that raised my hips and loosened the hug of my shorts. His fingers slithered under my panties. Oh yeah, he said, moving his fingers the best he could. See now? I was lost. Tommy was touching a part of me that no one was supposed to. I was pushing against him, but he was so much bigger than me. And my throat, it was like someone had wrapped a band around it and cinched it so tight I could hardly breathe. The sounds I made because I tried, and I did, they came from some other girl. They were pleased and stopped, but so trembly that they simply shuddered into the air. Page 279. By that point, Tommy had unbuttoned my shorts and yanked them down around my thighs, along with my panties. I was gripping them, trying to get them back up, but he was stronger. He no longer had his hand down my tank top, but instead his right arm stretched along the back of the sofa, bearing his weight while his left arm rode the length of my belly, straight as a rod until the sharp twist of his wrist. Aunt Tildy came frozen behind him in the doorway. He got one finger up inside me. He kept at it, the heel of his palm, driving into my pelvic bone until he got two more. I will remind you this book could be available to a child as young as 11 years old. Are you okay with that? I urge you to please vote no for several of these books. Thank you.
That completes public session. Next item on the agenda is the chair's report, and the chair is someplace in the wilds of Utah right now. So she will give a report, I hope, to us when she returns. We'll start with the committee reports. A vote may be taken on any potential recommendations. We'll start with finance. The Finance Committee met on November 16th. And it started with Ms. Crosby presenting the following reports. The monthly Board of Education budget report, and we are at 27.3% expended in the first quarter, which means we're on track. She then gave the monthly $100,000 report for the month of September, and there were no discrepancies found in that report or the transparency report for the month of September. Ms. Denise Matson presented the executive summary for ESSER funds through October 27th, 2023. And the dashboard is shown here to show you that we continue to be on track to spend all federal funds by the end of the reporting period in October of next year. The next item was a 2023-2024 budget book, and I'd like Ms. Crosby to come to the podium and to describe to the board this book that we will be presented in the near future.
Evening. Yes, this evening we are presenting the budget book for fiscal year 2024. This is a culmination of many of the documents that were provided during the budget process. And for the first time in about 10 years, I believe it is, that we are actually applying for the GFOA, the Government Finance Officers Association Award for Excellence in Budget Reporting. And so we took a reprieve about 10 years because of a change in the policies or the requirements of the award. And we were able to return to the application at the leadership of our Director of Budget and Procurement, Jennifer Hamlin. And so this document is a little bit of everything. It provides information about the budget process, along with all of the financial reports. It provides, near the back of the document, I want to point out that we have a listing, a report, each page by school, and each budget by school location, broken down into various categories. So you will, that does provide a school by school snapshot of our general fund budgeting for each location. So this document, it's rather lengthy. We're going to print out copies for the board, and so we'll get those ready and to you very soon. But we're very proud to have this kind of information all in one spot. There's information about enrollment, staffing, and all of the major priorities that were put into the budget, as well as explanations of major increases and decreases that you all saw during the process. So we're proud of it and hope that you it'll allow you to use it as a reference tool for future decisions and information.
I'd like to make a comment. This and the 10-year plan that the Operations Committee develops gives us a snapshot that we can talk to our constituents about all our facilities. This gives us a reference book that we can take out and share with our constituents that says everything you'd ever want to know about our financial situation and our financial process. When do you expect to put that in our hands?
Well, and before Christmas.
Okay, Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Yes, sir.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a small request, because I know that, so I did not get to see the playback from this committee meeting, but I do know that you guys have the, it's a one-pager, the analysis of the budgeted per pupil expenditures per site.
Yes.
And so in looking at that, I was wondering if there is a way that we could overlap or impose student achievement data in some type of maybe even color-coded format, because I know we've looked at something similar like that in the past. I'm interested in knowing if the per pupil expenditure that we are spending as a district is leading to outcomes or increased outcomes. So if there is a way to take that one pager and maybe put their South Carolina report card grade or some way to look at this from a, is our investment paying off at those schools? Because it's a significant difference.
This is another thing that's going to come up later on in the report. This is not in part of the book. What you have.
No, I know, that's part of the finance committee.
Right, and we will bring it up in the report.
Okay.
Okay.
So that you guys did that, though?
No, yes, we will. We will show it.
Okay.
This is a separate thing. The book is separate, and we can do that crosswalk.
Okay.
Okay?
Yep.
Mr. Dallas, did you have?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me through this?
Yeah.
Okay. Excuse me. I went through what you have online and what you sent was out. And that budget book I found particularly helpful. And let me tell you specifically what I really admired about it. A lot of times we will get massive reams of detail, and it's hard to sort of filter through and helicopter up and make an executive type identification of where I need to spend my time. You actually, through your budget book, that PowerPoint presentation, you actually segmented where the dollars were being spent. You also compared it to the 4 strategic goals that the district has. So we actually could see where is most of the dollars being spent versus where those 4 strategic goals are. And it was really interesting. So I want to applaud the financial groups on that. The other one was, as my colleague mentioned, there's some other documents that were in there that showed the per pupil. But one of the things I'd like to highlight is that of the 4 strategic goals, professional development, there were 21 areas. Professional development was targeted in 11 of them. So I think it shows that's a good message for us to take out and say we really are spending on the teachers. And I think that also represents an opportunity for us to, going forward, look at the spending on raising student achievement scores. So just want to applaud you and thank you for that specificity.
Other comments, questions? Thank you, Ms. Crosby. But you might well stay up here because we got more coming. Ms. Crosby presented the legal expenses for the last 10 years and a report that shows the expenditures per department. Can you put that up, Ms. Cushenberry? Yep. Can you, yeah. Would you like to make any comments on that?
Yes, this was at the request of Mr. Smith, and we have a breakdown for the last 10 years of legal expenses, both external legal counsel and internal legal counsel. So the first several columns that are highlighted in, headed in green, are broken down by multiple categories: board matters, human resources, instruction, superintendent, student services, finance, and capital. Those about 5 years ago were previous to 5 years ago, we broke them down into two categories, and then at the request of the board back in 2019, we began to spread them into such as superintendent, student services, finance, and others. So that will show, that's the information shown here, and then then there's a total in the green column, and then to the right of that is our legal in-house counsel, which began in-house at 2015, and then we had a slight expansion of staffing a few years later and leading up to the grand total. So this is provided for information for the board.
Mr. Smith, do you have any comments?
Well, I believe I had all my comments at the finance committee.
Okay.
So I guess you just bring this back up, or?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. All right, so that's for your information. Are there any questions on this data? Okay, moving on. Next item, if you will show the Beaufort County School District ESSER Community Partnership Initiative.
Right. This evening, this request was, I'm not sure, I don't recall who made the request, perhaps Ms. Boatwright, I'm not sure, maybe Mr. Smith, actually. So this is information regarding the after-school community partnerships that we have begun with using ESSER funds. So they're 2 years or a year and a half into that program. The request was to break down a cumulative report by category, but this is for the period from July 1st, 2022, all the way through the summer of 23 and through the current year. So it's broken down: transportation, contracted services, curriculum, and instructional supplies. And our sites are paid on a contractual basis, so you'll see that the majority are contracts or services that are provided. Any salaries and benefits are related that are in this report are related to bus driver transportation costs. So with that, I'll be happy to take any questions.
Ms. Boatwright?
I thought we were going to have a breakdown by site before the board meeting.
So I did bring forward at the last minute, so we didn't get that up onto the Finance Committee, and I failed to bring it to you this evening. So what I will do is follow up with an email to the board and provide that through email. So my apologies.
That's fine. And I feel like I'm getting echo here. The contracted services, that includes, we're paying rent at these sites, correct?
It's a contract. Yes, we are. Mm-hmm.
And salary and benefits, or just salary?
Their costs, I would have to get the details of the contract in order to be able to answer that question for you. So.
Okay. I would just like to see a little more detail in the report.
Sure.
Mr. Smith? Dr. Sneska, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that I've spoken with Dr. Rodriguez about the continuity of this program because it's seeing great success, and I know it's been touted out publicly too as well, the success of it. So in the future, if we could just get a report about, I know you and I have talked about potential grants and things like that. Once ESSER does lapse, how do we continue this and maybe benefit from some other grant opportunities to keep it going? Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I definitely agree with, well, actually, I'll say, I think that we have been getting we have been getting reports, I think Mrs. Crosby and her staff for that. The reason why I requested this, because initially Mrs. Boatwright requested it, and then I think she asked for some information, and I think it kind of the train fell off the track somewhere. Because there was a lot going on, and also in the midst of this, let me first I'd like to thank Mrs. Crosby and her staff, because in the midst of this, they had a lot going on. You're talking about the bond referendum, audit. I mean, it was just a whole lot going on. So first, I'd definitely like to take the time out to thank you and your staff for getting this information together. But however, going into this, getting prepared for the budget, and when, as Dr. Wisniewski so elegantly outlined, that this has been shopped across the county, based upon this program and some other things is, well, based upon also having this program, is it has definitely pulled up test scores, and it have definitely pulled up some school scores. And so, you know, I think that once again that we have, as a board, we have to make sure that we're being intentional about where we're putting our money at going to a referendum, because if you ask me for the results that we have in terms of some of this money that we talked about at the beginning of the meeting about spending, you know, this right here is what matters really the most. When we're talking about being intentional about putting money into programs to help our students to be able to achieve, you know, so that one day the students from this program can actually go and work at a job like a Boeing or a different job that may not a student, because every student in this district don't want to go to the military, every student in this district don't want to go to food services, but maybe from coming to one of these programs, then they will be able to get the correct education that they need. So I think that is very important that we put these dollars up and that we also start figuring out where we're going to get this money from when the ESSER funds are run out. So I mean, that was one of the reasons for me to get these numbers down packed so that we can understand going into budget season what we need to have. Thank you.
Ms. Gordon?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Ms. Crosby, you used a word and you said, I failed you. I just want to make it very clear, you have not failed this board. You are always giving us great information, spending a lot of time doing it, and I commend you for that. I know how hard it is to crunch these numbers in 2 weeks' time after we ask you for something. You didn't fail us. And as our colleague said, you were doing a lot. The bond referendum, along with all your other many duties that you do. So I thank you for that. Don't ever say you failed us, because you have not. You have not, Tanya. With this particular piece, though, I commend you for even being able to talk about it, because there are a lot of components in it that, you know, we need to know or want to know about it. I know I wanted to know as well how we're spending these funds and what, you know, what we're paying for. But I will tell you, I had an opportunity to visit one of our sites. I think it's the St. Paul Church. And that's one of our sites for, okay. So I went over there, and I have to tell my colleagues, it's well run, it's organized, the teachers care, the kids were engaged. I mean, it was awesome to see that they're getting that additional support, and I can see why we need it on the other side, you know, of the broad. So if you're giving us this information, arming us with information so that we can make good decisions for our children and expand this program, I appreciate that information. But if you ever get a chance to visit one of those sites, you need to go. They're doing wonderful things with our children and the teachers who are there and volunteers who are there as well, working on this particular program. But I just wanted to say, thank you. Don't ever say you failed.
Yes,
okay?
ma'am.
Thank you, sweet.
Mr. Dallas?
Yes, sir. I'd like to come back and say ditto to what my colleague, Ms. Gordon, just said in terms of your willingness to always be responsive, and I know you're working long hours, your team, and whole 9 yards. Couple of things I'd like to suggest, and I know the superintendent's already taken the lead on this. There are some societal gaps that affect our performance as an institution to improve learning. And I think if we could have a rigorous, large-scale, strategic analysis of what are those, and what if we were to take all the constraints off of innovation and say, what do we have to do? I think the public school district having to take a look at how they compensate for the deterioration of the family is a starting point. Because I think all the research I'm seeing is that those birth to 5 are a very critical period in life. And I can share with you, there's some community organizations that are going to be meeting in December that they're looking to see how they can coalesce around coming to the school district and saying we want to help. and that may be very fertile ground for expanding the extended learning. So I just want to say the way you put the data forward is very beneficial to me. So again, thank you to what she said. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move on to the next item, which is more data. This is a bit of data that I asked Ms. Crosby to come up with, looking at this board like a corporate board would act. A corporate board, say, of General Motors that had plants throughout the nation, and they would want to know, how much does it cost to produce a car? Well, we have 33 plants in this district. How much does it cost to educate a student? So I asked her to gather all the costs per school to include maintenance, facilities, utilities, salaries, everything that is on our books. In her data, she has every school has a fund identifier. So she was able to gather this information, and it shows that the average school expenditure for an average student is $13,496. That's the average. But you'll see from here, we have schools that are producing students at $9,318. And at the other end, we have schools that are producing students at $24,474. Now, this is just macro, big picture. Now we have to look into the numbers. And we need to look at salaries for teachers, what we spend by each school in salaries for teachers. What do we spend in salaries for administrators? What do we spend on utilities for that school? What do we spend on maintenance for those schools? What do we spend in low-density classes like special education that cause these numbers to be higher? All of this is a start, and Dr. Wisniewski, what's the impact with test scores? So all of this is a starting point for managerial information for this board. And it's going to take time to pull all this together. It's not going to be in time to probably affect this year's budget, but it should start to influence future year's budget for schooling. It also will say something about density, about our schools with low enrollment. We also have to look at projections for future enrollment, because it might be more expensive now, but as growth comes in, it will become less expensive in the future per student. So that's the first phase of what's going to be a significant amount of work and a significant amount of analysis that will have to be done. But as a board, that's what we're supposed to be doing and looking at. Ms. Crosby, your comments?
Yes. Want to point out a couple of things. One is that the funding sources in this document are different in comparison to that of the budget book. So the budget book has general fund only by location. This one has all funding sources, including special revenue. It excludes debt service or capital projects. So no construction is in this report, nor is it in the other. But just draw that comparison. These are expenditures that are budgeted at the school level and the projected enrollments for the current school year based on the 45th day. So these were what we budgeted on for all purposes. So just wanted to make sure to clarify that. It is a different report than those in the budget book.
Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So special revenue, does that include ESSER?
That would include ESSER, that would include Title I is going to be a large level of spending. We receive $5 to $6 million per year in Title I, and those are allocated directly to Title I schools. I think there are 14. So the ones in the higher expenditure per pupil area will likely be those that are in Title I status. Also IDEA, Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. That funding is in here as well, so keep in mind cluster schools. You may have Bluffton L, MC Riley, Beaufort L, and others that are cluster and have a high population of special ed students. They would have more funding in those categories. Also ATSI and CSI funds, priority schools, those would have, those fundings are in those schools as well.
Mr. Chair, if I may, in regard to the inclusion of the special revenue funds, I think that ESSER funds, we should actually see this without the ESSER funds. I know Title I and IDEA and all of those don't have an expiration period as far as I know, but ESSER does. So I think we should probably take that out. I'm not sure about the TSI or not. I think it's important for us to include those because those have a very specific purpose and were given to us with student achievement in mind. So I would like to see the numbers without the ESSER included in it. And I'm just going to do one little plug real quick. So as we do embark on this process and looking into this deeply, if I completed the Certificate in Education Finance course from Georgetown, gosh, I think a year and a half ago, but it's a wonderful program. It helps with looking into and using that kind of lens, and it's very detailed. It's a crash course. I certainly didn't learn everything, but if anybody is interested in that, they have rolling and continuous cohorts, and it really did help me in looking at these things differently and also being very student focused in that lens. Thank you.
Mr. Dallas?
Yes. Again, going back to this analysis, and I totally support what you said, Colonel Geyer, in terms of the analysis and carving this out. There was a document in the package that we got that I referred to earlier. One of the things that was surprising to me is because you segmented it by primary and high school and then some others. You also carved out SPED and multilingual learners. I was shocked to learn that the district, out of $187 million, spends $27.8 million on SPED. I was pleased to see we spend that. I was also pleased to see we spend $7.3 million on multilingual learners. And when we start looking at where can we really make a difference, I think those are two areas. And I think there also needs to be a message, because I also saw where we have one student that we are supporting in an institution at $25,000 a month. And I think there needs to be a rigorous comparison of what the other educational options, do they have to carry that same load? Because if they don't, then we need a message that we take to the community saying, here are the things that we have to do that other options don't. Because I think that's really critical to let people know the value and the critical imperative of public schools. Otherwise, we're just going to be, we're going to have a challenge explaining our numbers again vis-a-vis some other option. Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Gordon.
Is it working? No?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Just to clarify, and you can please correct me if I'm wrong. When we talk about SPED and IDEA, the federal funds that should be included in this report so that we understand how much money, the federal government is giving toward this particular program. And when you talk about that one child that we may be spending $25,000 a month, I know publicly we cannot talk about the issues with that particular child, but to educate a child in SPED for that amount of money, it is probably necessary. And so I don't want to leave here with people thinking that we are, spending $25,000 on this child but not on the other, because their needs are so different. And we need to put our money into that program, into the children, and as much as possible as to what we get. So when you look at the number of SPEC kids we have, IDEA, the law guides us in this piece. And I don't want to shortcut any of these children or their parents who must go through this process to get this support from us. So I don't want the public to think that this is an issue for me, okay? I think when you run the numbers and you give it to us, maybe you can save Fed funds, 17 million. I know at one time, this district was getting a lot of money for special education, and I think that they should, but we should use it. How much of that money are we definitely using for our children? And I definitely don't want that to be a discussion for me. So I will not discuss special ed financing because I think it's necessary. The other thing is you're talking about the ESSER funds or taking this out to get this. What's the purpose? We know that ESSER funds will expire, sure, but we did well before we got ESSER funds, but we're doing better in some areas because we can use that money. I think that we should look at the whole apple and not just cut a piece out, because at the end of the day, what does that do for us to not have that in, because it is an integral part of what we're doing now. I don't know how much longer we have ESSER funds.
They expire September 2024.
Okay, 2024?
Yes.
Okay, so I know you've already, and with your team, you've been working at, looking at how we can, finance this piece, and I commend you on that as well. That's a lot to take on. So I look forward to your report. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
As I hear this conversation that is taking place from the actual committee meeting, it seems like we made a turn a little bit, because I remember some of my colleagues being not excited about this piece being in the actual report because of the taste, as in when you eat something, it leaves a taste in your mouth. You go to the Chinese restaurant and you have some spicy, it's a spicy taste in your mouth. And today it wasn't mentioned, but I believe also it was mentioned when this piece was brought back up, was we were also comparing, as in see where we have our most experienced teachers and what buildings we have them in, and in terms of also where our most experienced teachers are, and what schools are prospering, and what that look like in terms of how much they're making, because we have some experienced teachers who've been in some buildings for years. And also when you look at those numbers ream some other things as well. So when we start to when we're going to peel this orange back, we're going to address the elephants in the room. You can best believe that. So I just want to let some of my colleagues know, when we start peeling this orange back, then let's be prepared to peel it back in every shape and form, and not just in a way that suffices certain groups of people in this community, because that has got to stop. If we want to educate our kids, then we have to be truthful to the notion of what we're saying as a board, because leadership starts from the top. It doesn't start from Dr. Rodriguez. It to some degree, yeah, but we have to be firm and clear and intentional in our message. So as you can hear some of the things that I'm saying, as some of my colleagues were slight, maybe they were very vocal about that it may be sending the wrong message, and it was offensive. Today, the way it was presented was a little bit kind of concerning, in which way we want to go with this too, because we also said that smaller class size educate our kids. So it seems like there's a shift in the atmosphere somewhere within this board. So I think this board needs to figure out what do we really want. So when we begin to start having these conversations, then let's be reminded of all these things, because some of our schools that are in a great position, they do have a lot of returning and experienced teachers, and they are not getting paid a little bit of money. So when we start to compare apples to oranges, make sure that we're going to compare oranges to oranges, because when you take away some of the schools who have those experienced teachers, and they have also different level of students, then that look a little different. So when we start to talk about breaking up and doing different things, then let's be clear and be transparent with the community when we're ready to drive the ball up the middle. That's what I have to say about this thing. Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Crosby, for bringing this. Thank you.
All right, let's go on to the next item, and that's budget priorities for FY 2025. And we had a discussion about providing board input to the budget process. Ms. Boatwright has mentioned this a number of times, and we were talking about what timeline we needed to get that priorities to Ms. Crosby so she can start, and Dr. Rodriguez to start building the budget. So
we're looking, we are building the budget. We are already working on the budget, actually. But early February is the time frame when all of our data comes back from schools and departments. So it would be our preference to receive something early February.
So we'll start in the next finance committee meeting to start building a straw man to provide to the board in January. And it'll take some time, maybe or maybe not, depending on how strong the straw man is. Mr. Boatwright?
Clarify strongman.
Straw man's the first cut.
So a rough draft, you're saying?
It's a draft.
And what would you use as inputs for the rough draft? Like, how would that conversation even
Well,
begin?
you can come to the finance committee meeting and input there.
Show up and find out?
Sure. But, we'll send out an initial draft from the committee as soon as the committee we can capture it and get it out to you early. So then you'll be prepared to,
I think
mark it up.
ultimately, the goal is to not confront the budget in April, having it
Oh, yeah.
being done, and
Right.
then saying, well, wait a second, what about these things?
Right, exactly.
So if early February works, it's fine with me. I know that someone had mentioned that they wanted to get us involved a little bit earlier, because I don't want to end up, like I said, in April with people wondering why certain things weren't put in, and then it's kind of a mess. So, but I'll be at the finance committee meeting and watch this process unfold.
Good.
If I may, one of the priorities, one of the way we begin the work with priorities from the board is from your legislative priorities. So I would recommend to bring that we'll bring that to the next meeting, and that can be kind of the basis or foundation for the discussion as we move forward, if the board chooses.
Okay. Mr. Smith, did you have something?
In terms of the budget, I do think that it will be very important for us to possibly even get together several times building up to finalizing the budget. I just want to put that out there. I know you and your staff will give us information as soon as possible, but I just want to put it, for some people can make decisions, but in terms of how I make decisions, I think that the earlier you can give me the information to digest and understand, I think that will be more, it would definitely be beneficial to me.
Our timeline really is dictated by the state and the legislature. So we will not receive information until likely April on what the state mandates are very much a large portion of our budget increases, teacher salaries, for example. So those will be coming forward from the legislature and then governor. And then those conversations are transformed into dollars, and that data comes even later. And with information, the State Department has had quite a lot of turnover this year. So I do anticipate some delays in getting some of that information. So I just know that we can bring expenditures and what all of the needs are, but we can't really put the budget together until we find out how much revenue we're going to receive. So that's the critical piece to that budget. And so if we're pushed back further as a result of, in some of those conversations, it is because of that revenue piece of the conversation.
Right, and I do understand that.
Yep.
But however, I just think that we should start having some conversations in terms of if we have to cut the fat, then where will we start looking at what's the do's and what's the don'ts, and that may come across as being prematurely, but in terms of even asking for those the information in terms of what it's going to take in terms of keeping some programs, what programs that we see are moving. I'm moving in the right direction, but just in terms of things like that, because I know that at some point you will come with a recommendation of what you propose to the district. But in terms of that, I would just like the board to possibly just be able to be able to chew on and digest and figure out what we want and what we don't want. So I think that would be would definitely be helpful to us, and to me as well. Thank you.
Okay. The next Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for December 14th, beginning at 2:30 p.m. Now move on to Operations Committee meeting. November 14th, the Operations Committee meeting met. Mr. Dave Grisham presented OE 15, Safety and Security. For each section, staff members Alveda Graham, Andrea Murray, Jerry Henderson, Lakeisha Swinton spoke on their area. And we will be talking at more detail in board business because the committee accepted the OE 15 at a vote, not a unanimous vote, and so that's why it's going to board business action. It was a 2-to-1 vote. It did, however, accept and put on the consent agenda a revised fire and safety plan because that seemed to be accepted by the committee as a whole. Mr. Dan Rayback from this town of Bluffton updated the committee on the Bluffton-Pritchard Street streetscape storm project that's about 70% complete. That was just an in-progress review. Mr. Otting presented the monthly construction update. Is Mr. Corbin ready to give an executive? Okay. Robert will be doing that.
Thank you, Board. I'll be giving the executive summary for the construction projects. So the yellow lights, and this is just going to go over the yellow lights. The main one, of course, is Robert Small's Leadership Academy. As you're aware, at the November 7th board meeting, there was approval given by the board with J.E. Dunn's amendment number 11. That was for the demolition contract to continue for $808,416. Now that has been approved and there is a new budget and schedule, the yellow traffic light will be removed and it will become a green status in next month's report. There were additional punch list details requested and given at the Operations Committee meeting, And you'll find in your packet attachment, which includes the punch lists that remain from J.E. Dunn, along with a recommendation from the architect to extend the final completion. Before I go on, any questions on that project? Right? We did show the new elementary school on the May River campus and the schematic design. I don't know, Robin, if you can bring up slides 12 and 13. That kind of gives the elevation view of where we are with that new school. The design team is currently preparing design development documents. And so, Robin's brought it up. So that is the look right now of the proposed elementary school. Slide 20 was on Hilton Head High School athletics, where we're still waiting the permit for the new field house. We're looking for that this month, and so that's a little delayed waiting on that permit. Hilton Head High School advanced design, which is slide 21. Phase 1 construction documents, 75% construction documents have been complete, delivered to the district for review. We're right now waiting on an updated cost estimate from MB Con. There is also a link in your packet that you can look at, which shows a video of the phasing for the new Hilton Head High School design, along with the parking and how that's going to occur. We did look at ESSER project updates, which included this slide 57, HVAC projects. There was a GMP proposal for HVAC replacement and building renovations at the district office, which is being reviewed and evaluated. Also, Beaufort High School second floor HVAC closeout documents are being finalized. Project closeouts, FY 2019 has one project that remains. FY 2020, 8% has 8 projects that remain in closeouts. With referendum projects, there are currently 35 project closeouts that remain. And on our referendum financial summary, we are tracking 166 final commitments have been completed to date. Financial update on slide 64. Financial update is still showing a green traffic light. We're proud to report. The current referendum budget is still the $375,710,000. Now, this is, of course, only the 2019 referendum. Paid and committed funds, we were at, and this is as of October 31st, we were at 98%. Paid expenditures total 75%, or $283,186,578. We currently, as of October, have available funds, including contingency, of $6,046,000, and that's 1.61% of the total budget. Contingency available in August returned $1,529,487 and used $1,049,439. The contingency budget remaining at the end of October was $1,515,972. Some things that occurred in November included the St. Helena Elementary School ribbon cutting. Thank you for many of you board members that were present at that. And then, of course, we had our 2023 bond referendum results of 72% approval. As far as requests for proposals and qualifications that are outstanding, we showed the two that y'all were aware of and approved tonight, which were the design services and also the SEAM at risk for renovation and modification projects. So with that, I'll take any questions that you might have.
Questions? Okay, moving on. Ms. Brittany Fields with Beaufort County and Ms. Jennifer Bragg, the consultant for Beaufort County, provided information on acquiring an easement on our property in Seabrook. Robert, are they available? Are you going to talk about that?
Ms. Bragg is available online if you have any questions for her on that.
Could you describe to the board the issue?
ask if Ms. Bragg is available, if she'd like to give a brief summary of this project and what's being requested.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Ms. Bragg.
Good evening. So Beaufort County, as part of its 2018 One Cent Sales Tax Program, has multiple sidewalks and pathway projects across the county. One is actually a new 8-foot sidewalk along Stewart Point Road that will go from Trask Parkway to the end. And I am going to try and share my screen. Okay, so it's not going to allow me. So with this, we need right-of-way along the corridor. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Okay, are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Screen is up.
So this is the public meeting displays that we presented back in the spring. What this shows is we need new right-of-way along the school's property that borders Stewart Point Road. The blue is the new 8-foot sidewalk that would be within new right-of-way that once the project is constructed would be conveyed back to SCDOT since Stewart Point is a DOT roadway. There is a little piece of the existing asphalt path inside the school's fence. Right here that would need to be reconstructed as part of this because we will need to move the fence back and set it at the new right-of-way. So that would get reconstructed. A little closer up here, actual design drawings. So with this is the new sidewalk. We are doing some new drainage improvements as part of it. So we're regrading the ditch. This line here is the new right-of-way that will be required. We are requesting a new temporary construction easement just purely for the construction of the project. That would actually be conveyed back to the school once it's constructed. So again, this will run the full length. This is the little area of the path that would be asphalt path that would be reconstructed with the project. But this provides basically approximately a 2-mile, 8-foot sidewalk, the entire length from Trask Parkway to Delaney Circle at the end. And then this is where the path ends at the school's property boundary. So with this, Pam, the documents that were being displayed before are the official right-of-way agreements. So again, this is the overview here where you can see that the sidewalk is there and your facilities are back away from the roadway. Any questions from me?
Dr. Wisniewski?
I think my question might be for Robert, I'm not sure. So am I understanding correctly that there's an existing chain link fence that's going to be taken out and reinstalled?
Yes.
That is correct.
Do we know the age of that fence?
Ooh, yeah, I do. It's probably the age of that building, which is in the 90s, so, 30, 25 years old.
Yeah, so my main concern with I'm perfectly fine with extending sidewalks. My main concern is the asset in the fence and its potential loss of integrity in moving it. I don't know if it would be better suited that we get a new fence installed, and I don't know what that looks like. If someone could give me some type of assurance that the integrity of the fence is not going to be compromised in moving it like that, that would be great. It's a safety matter to me.
So, Ms. Bragg, when you use the phrase "move the fence," does that replace it with a new fence or move the existing chain link?
Not necessarily. So the chain link itself could probably be moved and restrung, but the post most likely would have to be replaced entirely. But that is part of when the contractor's out there, when they go to take the existing fence down to determine if it truly can be moved and restrung or if they have to put in a new as part of it. But it's considered a moving item whether it's replacing kind or they're able to reinstall.
So we may like to have some conversations about that with you, Ms. Bragg, and we'll be glad to, maybe after Thanksgiving, we can have some conversations about that.
Okay. And then the other portion of this, of course, is with the new right-of-way. We are asking if the school district would donate the right-of-way gratis for the construction of the sidewalk, since it is benefiting the citizens in the community and obviously serving any children that may need to walk to school.
Mr. Dallas?
Thank you, Colonel Geyer. I think one of the conversations was that by widening and moving the fence, that our kids would be safer because we have quite a few students that walk that path. I think I heard that.
Campbell may know more than I do on the number of, I know there's a new development right across the street.
What was the question?
Mr. Campbell, I thought in the committee meeting that there was a positive of moving the fence, that it gave more space for students that walk along that road.
Yes, because there's no sidewalk there.
Right, so that was a danger, so that's another point.
That fence was put up when the school was built.
Mr. Smith?
I was just going to ask, he did part of it, but I was just going to ask Mr. Campbell his take on this in reference to this is in your area. So I just wanted to know, and I believe that y'all may have even had a community meeting on this, and I just wanted to know your take on this piece, being that this was in your district.
The community really want the sidewalk because the children can walk to school, so. Also, the parents and people that live on there like to they can take a walk also. The community is in support of it.
Thank you.
All right, let's moving on. Mr. Ryan Maffey from Brightview, that's a contractor, was available to address questions that the committee members had concerning the maintenance of athletic fields. Would you put up the grounds update, please? Complete. There we go. Mr. Rotting, would you like to say anything about this?
Well, Ms. Majors is online, so Ms. Majors, would you like to address the athletic field update? If not, I'll be glad to take it. So what the question was from Mr. Smith was about the cost of the care for artificial turf fields. And so a discussion was about what the scope of work was for the artificial turf fields, and that's what's listed here, all the items that they're responsible for. Also along with the cost difference where the natural turf fields cost $7,600 per month to take care of at all 6 high schools, while the artificial turf costs $6,300 a month. And we did discuss how Brightview's contract is coming to an end in June, and this will have to go out for bid, and included in that new bid process will be the care for the artificial turf fields. So if you have any questions about that, I'll be glad to take them.
Smith.
Also, in regards to what you said, part of it was correct, and there was also another piece of it too, in terms of this. This piece was brought up because of the fact of the question was, what's the process and what process are we using? And the cost came into effect as we began to discuss it. But in terms of, I've noticed that some of these athletic fields that are artificial turf, that they were saying that some people are maintaining and some people aren't. So therefore, I want to make sure that the district we were maintaining our our athletic fields in terms of those in terms of the with the artificial turf fields. And my question was, what was the process of doing that, and are we doing that? That was the initial question. The price was not in there, but I believe along that meeting, though, some of my colleagues did bring that up, and they thought that we should have it should be much more cheaper than what we're currently paying right now, and that's when I believe that the comment came up about about the current contractor time possibly running out, and we may have we may have a option to opt out from that person. And also with them, they had some basically some things that they were not willing to bend on, and so I believe that those were questionable in terms of moving forward. So I believe, if I'm not correct, I believe my colleagues can correct me, but I believe that was more of the conversation in terms of the cost of it. But it was more of the process and what that looked like and how we're maintaining and what the process was. Thank you.
That is correct. Before we move on, that last item, we did, if the board wants us to move forward with there is the question of whether or not the board wants to move forward with the donation of that easement to the county gratis. That was one thing. I believe we had a motion coming out of operations. Is that not correct? We did not have one? Okay, all right.
Wasn't ready yet.
Okay.
We'll get it the next time.
Sounds good.
Next item, Ms. Brandy Major presented a maintenance and custodial monthly summary for the period October 1 to October 31st, 2023. This is an absolutely wonderful bit of data that shows the number of job orders, the number of job orders completed, the maintenance, the custodial work, and it's an excellent tool and something that should continue to be shown to the operations committee every month. But for the full board, we're going to recommend that the full board receives 2 reports a year, one in January and one in June, a simple report. And the simple report goes to each of our principals. And the principals are asked to rate their performance of the maintenance contract and the custodial contract in their school on a series of 1 to 10, 1 being low, 10 being high. And then if they rate it below a 10 in each of the categories, they say what could be done to improve that, to get it to be a 10. So that's what would come to the board twice a year. And rather than have the full report with all the data of the custodial inspections and so on be brought to the board every month, we'll just have 2 reports a year to the board. And if you're interested, we will continue to give you the raw data in the packet with the normal meeting, but we won't go into much detail on what's being done. What's being done is absolutely phenomenal. And I really think that we're going to see a greater approval rating by our principals as a result of this. Any questions or discussion on that? Yes. Dr. Wisniewski?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So procedurally, are you saying that the report that we have here, that this would be at request only? Okay.
Well, it'll be available at the committee meeting if you,
okay.
And that's public and will be published. And then it'll be also in your packet for every meeting so that you can look at it, and if you wish to bring it up in more detail, you can during the operations committee
report. So
report.
just not a rehashing of it.
Exactly.
So, yeah, because I think this is great data, and I know there was
Yes.
a purpose behind it
Oh,
originally
absolutely.
coming forward. So I just want to make sure this wasn't going away
No,
entirely.
no,
Okay.
it's perfect for the management
Right.
of the contracts.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Smith?
And I was going to say yeah, I did make that clear at the meeting, Dr. Wineski, that we would definitely want not to stop this process.
Oh, yeah, no.
And that we would definitely want to keep the process going.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's when he made the,
Yeah, right.
Okay.
The committee went into executive session to discuss receipt of legal advice relating to a pending quiet title action legal claim. And this is something that I think we'll bring up at our next meeting in executive session. We needed to get some more information. It's not ready to be talked about to the full board in executive session. It's an interesting issue. I guess that's the best way to say it. Mr. Campbell, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, it's about some property that a school was created back in the 1800s for the Sheldon community, and it closed in 1942. The name of the school was the Sheldon Union Academy, and in fact, I passed a sign many times, and I didn't even know it that it was there. And tell me and Mrs. Wendy Cartridge and Carol went out there, and this sign is there, but the property is so small, we don't, there's no way we'd be able to use it. Thank you.
We'll bring it up next meeting. Lastly, we talked about in our meeting the need to capture lessons learned from our 2019 referendum. We learned a lot. It was the first referendum passed in 11 years and the largest referendum passed to date. And now we have a bigger referendum to deal with. So this is a good time to capture what we learned as we went through the execution of that large referendum and take the lessons learned, get the staff to provide input, and then for the full board, we'd like to present a kind of after-action review. And the after-action review would talk about, okay, this is what we learned, and this is what we're going to do in this referendum. There's some significant changes that we're going to have to come to grips with, and one of the changes is we will not be able to count on a large bond premium that saved our bacon due to all the inflation and impact of COVID. So we're going to have to take a harder look, and this is something Ms. Boatwright was on right away, was using contingency funds or using change orders to change the initial costing or adding additional scope to the projects. And we're going to have to look harder at that this time. But we also have much more experience in our operations department, and we have a very, very good handle on pricing, much better than last time. And then we had two different architects or construction experts take a look at our projects to get us a finer knowledge of what we have in the scope of our existing project. So, but we want to capture all that while it's still fresh in our minds and also kind of set us up for how we structure our contracts and how we monitor, as well as I've asked the clock committee to provide their lessons learned so they can help us in that effort. Any questions or comments?
I think it's a great idea.
The next Operations Committee meeting is on November 29th at 5 p.m. And that concludes those reports. The next committee report is Policy Committee.
I will embark to be brief. So the Policy Committee met on November 3rd. We removed the agenda item that was listed as number 3 due to it being a possible non-policy item. There was a lot of discussion had, a number of discussions. One was inclusion of policy changes into the handbook, so to provide a guide for board members of how policy changes can be effectuated by the board. We also discussed a June 2020 motion that is currently in our policy manual. And essentially, we want to also review how items are sent to committee. There's three ways that is presently done. We want to make sure that that's extremely clear in our policies because it may be a bit ambiguous at this moment. We are discussing and looking into the potential for new board member training modules that are automated and allow for clicking through and a brief quiz at the end to eliminate confusion on policies, roles, etc. And our next meeting is scheduled for December 4th. So please come and engage with us. Thank you.
Questions, comments? Hearing none, Dr. Rodriguez, Superintendent's report.
Thank you. This evening in the superintendent's report, we have a few items for you. First, coming up is Dr. Stratos to talk about community engagement and recent professional development opportunity that she and a few others had, and they're bringing back some really good information. So, Dr. Stratos.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. Good evening, board members and Vice Chair, Mr. Guyer. This evening, I want to share with you an institute that members from the district attended at Harvard Graduate School of Education. The institute focused on family and community engagement. This presentation will provide you with a lens of the model that the district's personnel will follow, as well as we deepen our infrastructure, our roles and skills to sustain an effective engagement strategy. Please keep in mind that as a system, Beaufort County School District includes community and families through multiple avenues. Committees, focus groups, surveys, bang the table software actually that has been used in the past year and a half. And the district's availability to the community members and families is an established practice. However, the overarching goal of this attended institute's outcome is to deepen our practice in alignment with what the research refers to as the 4 C's: capabilities, connections, confidence, and cognition. And to what our team is defining as the 5th C as coherence of practice amongst and within the district. In summary, let's look at our community and families with an asset lens and build upon greater opportunities for our students. So with that, thank you, Mrs. Cushenberry. So let's have a quick analysis or a comparison. Community involvement versus community engagement. Involvement focuses on individual responsibilities. Communication to families is one way. Focuses on programs, and the relationships are basically transactional. If you look on the other side of engagement, it focuses on collective responsibility and partnerships. Communication with families is 2 ways. It focuses on collective practice, and relationships is transformative. It is not a compliance model of practice. So hence the engagement ring. We are making a commitment. This is a definition that is a standard definition of community engagement. So community engagement is a full, equal, and equitable partnership among families, educators, and community partners to promote children's learning and development from birth through college and careers. These words are rather familiar with many of us here at the board. To share with you 5 essential elements: leadership as a driver, professional capacity, parent and community ties, student-centered learning climate, instructional guidance, and at the center is student learning. Thank you. So here are some wins for a deepened, transformative model of community and family engagement. Higher grades and test scores, better attendance and engagement in classes of our students, increase of positive attitudes and behaviors, greatest sense of efficacy and self-esteem, higher graduation rates, college, post-secondary attendance. Wins for educators. Shift from a deficit to an asset-based thinking about students and families. Increased awareness and appreciation for educators. Greater success motivating and engaging our students. More support from families. And stronger moral and professional satisfaction for educators. Wins for families. Stronger parent-child relationships, better rapport with teachers and school staff. Greater understanding of the child's progress and how to help. Increased knowledge and skills in advocating for their child. Increased deep and support social connections. And you can see the wins for our schools. We have many items in place already how this is working for our system. I would like to bring to your attention, our school improvement plans and our school instructional councils. Those are overarching. But I'm asking for us when we're making decisions, let's go deeper and how are we getting greater involvement and practice. So if we go to the next slide, what I'm sharing is, if you see on one side is a cake, all the elements are necessary. If you take an element out of a cake, out of that recipe, it's not successful. Our families and our communities are part of the success of Beaufort County School District, and it is a practice as we go forward for a strategic plan and the development during this academic school year. When you have the opportunity, this is a hyperlink within this visual that actually gives you some clips to become a little more familiar with the practice of asset-based versus a deficit-based model looking at our families. So it's just a quick FYI to give you an understanding of how we are slowing the pace in order to get more involved at our decisions and practices at the district level. And thank you for your time.
Ms. Boatright?
Thank you so much, Dr. Stratos. And I do appreciate, and I think this is interesting, and the professional development. My only comment is, this would have been so much better as an executive summary, as an FYI, because I had no idea what this was about. I had a whole hypothesis as to what this was about, and it was wrong. So I just, and I'm looking at this, I spent too much time trying to decode the PowerPoint.
I hope the presentation helped you land there.
Yes, that I just, like, for me personally, I think I could have just gotten this in a, one page, sort of here are the bullet points, here's the wins, here's what community involvement is, and so that was just my only feedback. You were getting on the executive summary process earlier, so I just want to get back on that train.
It'll be coming back.
Thank you.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Smith?
Well, first off, let me start by saying thank you for putting this together. I appreciate you and your staff for doing that. And thank you also for putting the page numbers on it so I can be able to go off of page to page as well. But also in terms of this is a great tool. One thing too that I think that in terms of when we talk about community involvement and engagement, over the last maybe month or so, parents has been yearning, not just in fact on that was yesterday or even the day before. Anyway, I think it was yesterday that we were talking about. I think in the technology committee we were talking about the tool that parents use to get their kids get their students grades and see what their Power School. Appreciate that. Power School. And along with parents getting into learning Power School and they're having that conversation, and now they hear their friends talking about, girl, I went to my son Power School, one parent called me, Smith, how you do Power School? What all does Power School offer? And when I tell them they're getting into it now, this is the things that we want. But along with that, when I first came on the board, I remember getting several reports from our guidance department, and we got one the other day in, I think it was in academics.
Academic committee, sir.
Yes, I believe we got one. Was it an academics committee?
Yes, sir.
And I think that if we could also put that and to play along with this and also bring that forward to the public, because I remember the old, the person who was over the guys department,
Jerry Henderson.
Miss Henderson, she would bring us a real different rigorous report, and she would bring it often, and we would ask her a lot of questions, and we would zero down and learn different things. And I think that even for the new board members, I think it's very important for them to be able to understand that information, especially when you get time like graduation, when parents are calling you and telling you that this district or somebody dropped the ball and their kid don't have the amount of credits. That information, once you understand the structure and how that works, that would become very, very good for them too, and us too. I mean, the same way how when you have your certificates, you have to go and have refreshers just to do that. I think that information will be very good for the board and also the community, because parents are asking for that in terms of what that process is and what that looked like. I think that is something that we need to add in, and also if we could bring that to the full board in terms of what that looked like and what that process is and how intentional the school districts are, even at the district level, in terms of knowing how much credits you need, knowing what goes into that, and understanding the class of IB and all that, the breakup of the understanding of that. So I just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Chairman, may I just bring forward a quick note? So, Mr. Smith, you bring forward, and actually Mrs. Gordon brought it forward as well at a prior meeting. Again, transactionary versus transformative. This is information that parents need. Mrs. Gordon brought forward about the new accountability model. Information that parents need. Right. We have to shift our mindset and take it from one place into a broader mind. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have a comment. On slide 6, the first bullet, shift from deficit to asset-based thinking about students and families. And you mentioned it again in your conclusions. That, to me, is exactly the key to this whole process, that we have to stop saying, oh dear, we can't do it because we can't get parents involved. We can't find mentors. We don't have, we have single parent families, and we have young men especially that are not being mentored properly. But we have the assets. We have the assets in this community. It's just a matter of informing them of the need and having a structure and a program and communication to let this community know that we need you, and these are the areas that we need you to help us. This community is the most giving that you're ever going to find, but they have to be told what is the requirement. And it has to be done within a community, within the churches. It has to be decentralized. It cannot be a centralized process by any means. It has to be decentralized, and we've got to find champions in each, if we can use it as a school, as a community school, to find that champion, that person who can motivate, who can inform, and can bring volunteers in to help us, and look at this as we have the folks to do this. And it's just a matter of having a program and having a vision and a common sense of purpose with all the schools, all the principals, all their staff, and all the teachers. When I saw that first bullet, I said, that's the ticket. So thank you for sharing.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Ms. Boatwright.
Thank you. And I think that's such an important point, Colonel Guy. And when you talk about asset to deficit, or deficit to asset, and that kind of ties into some of what I've been saying about the community engagement, the after-school programs. I'm personally aware of many churches in our area that they don't want necessarily money. They just want a template. They want a conduit to the school. They are like, we'll help you. They would do this for either free or for minimal support from the school, but what's missing is that connection piece. And I think it's partly communication, I think it's also partly mind shift at the school level, and I think it's also the community, and this is my own personal observation, is we've got so oversecured the schools that we've made it where people feel nervous going into the schools. Even as a parent, you know, you have to give them I walk in, I'm a board member, I've sent my kids there for 10 years. They still want your driver's license, they take your picture, you get a big thing, people kind of look at you funny. You know, it's just, I think we need to break down that mentality in the community, that it's, the schools are a welcoming place, that we welcome the community members. So I think that's really what I'm trying to get at with this after-school program. It's not about taking it away, it's about how do we grow that same sense of engagement, and I think we can do it for a lot less money, because there are a lot of organizations already set up on Hilton Head that I'm aware of. And when you talk about young men, there's a gentleman in our community who's come to board meetings. He's on our SIC. His name is LJ Bush, and he runs a very successful mentorship program. And he has these kids, he meets with them. One of his frustrations is getting that over the finish line with the school to say, I'm here to help you. Can we have these conversations? So however, and it's not any one person's fault. I think it's just the mentality of the community, the mentality of the schools, that they're kind of wary of each other. And I think COVID really exacerbated that too. You know, that you have to, they just weren't allowing community members in. So I think there has to be some outreach from the schools. And however that format is. But I know that there are churches who have literally said to me, just tell the school to give me a template and we will put an after-school program in these schools. But it's hard to do it without the professional development, without the leadership, without the support, not financial support, but just the support from the school district, like here's what you need to do. Here's what you have to have. Here's the application process. So I think that's a really important point that you highlighted, that I think with looking at it, I thought this was a different theme when I read this thing, so I didn't really pick up on that as much, so I'm glad you pointed that out. Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
Did you want to respond to that? I saw you.
Well, I did. If we could have them reach out to my office, I could refer to the personnel so we could help them out. Thank you, Mrs. Boatwright.
I just wanted to respond to what my colleague said, just because of the fact that I think as board members sometimes that we have to remember that leadership starts at the top. Sometimes we have to help staff, or we have to connect and mend fences and bring relationships together, because see, at the end of the day, this is all about relationships. And let me make it be clear, I thank each and every one of my colleagues for being here. Without a shadow of a doubt, I appreciate you all. I appreciate each and every one of you. Superintendent, staff, all that. But when it comes to some of the prior relationships that we have with these churches, as a board member, I went out there and I galvanized some of these relationships. So when and I've said it before, when those people tell some of us, or tell me, hey, Mr. Smith, I use myself, hey, I want to get in the after school program, then I connect them immediately. I called Dr. Scribes, so I reached out to Dr. Rodriguez, and I said, hey, look here, this place said that they want to help out. Because sometimes they're right there. It's just like football. You can be right there at the 1 yard line, and you can make off, and you can fumble the ball. So when they're at the 1 yard line, then I called Dr. Rodriguez, I called Dr. Scribes, and I said, hey, can we set up a meeting, and do you mind if we all sitting together and we get this conversation started? Sometimes it's just the warmness of a board member or someone who's neutral to both parties to get the conversation started. So I say that to say, I think it's important that it's easier to say what people want, but don't tell me what you want. An old man said, I told you, don't tell me what you want. Show me what you want. Same thing with Mr. Campbell in his area. His constituents reached out to him and said he made a couple comments at the board meetings. Then he went and he started going to Dr. Scribes and them, and he made those conversations happen. So I said that to say to my colleagues, sometimes we have to bring in good relationships, because sometimes people may not feel some way about us as elected officials or us as a person, but they may feel some way about the entity. If you trust me, then trust the entity that I stand for, and let me show you that we're serious about this. So that's, I mean, I want to preach, but that's just what I want to say to each and every one of you up here. If this is something that you want in your community, if this is something that someone opens that, they bring it to your attention, and hey, we want the playbook, put them in contact. Let's do it.
Mr. Dallas?
Yeah, I just want to applaud the Instructional Services Division. Everyone knows I'm a newbie, so I'm really learning a lot about education and the perceptions that are there, either right or wrong. But to Mr. Smith's point, I know we've reached out into the community, and in December, after learning more about the extended learning programs and the sites, and being so impressed by them, it came together just like that. We reached out and said, hey, I'm learning something that's really sort of making me apoplectic, right? Because I didn't know how important that was. And in December, there are going to be about 20 of us are going to get together, and you've been kind enough to ensure that your department is represented there. So I do see where there's a response. And to Mrs. Boatwright, I know she's working closely with some other organizations to actually galvanize even more support. So I think Mr. Smith is right. We have to lead it, and I'm glad to see evidence of that leadership. So thank you.
Ms. Boatwright?
Yeah, I am involved in a lot of community organizations and had productive conversations at high levels, but I think that this also ties into what we talk about in policy. There has to be a process that is irrelevant as to who is in charge of the process. There is a point for relationships, but if it becomes if it's not written down, like here is what a church that is interested can do, and it's completely reliant on their elected board member bringing it to the right person at the right time with the right set of circumstances, I think there's a lot of dangerous territory that can be tread there. So I do appreciate, I try to have a good relationship with members of the schools that I serve and with district staff, and I have a lot of connections in the community, and I'm constantly trying to bring those things together and bring them to fruition. And my assumption is that there's a lot of other factors that go into making all these decisions as to how we, move these things. If it comes down to strictly a question of relationships, I think that is problematic. I think there needs to be a process, but that's just sort of one of my themes that I've had on this board.
Mr. Smith?
I agree. So let me ask you a question. How would you perceive that process to be for us to get that done? How would you perceive for us to get that done?
Can I interject?
Dr. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I think just real quick, guys, my personal opinion is there's a lot of good information coming across the dais here, and I wish for 1 minute you could sit in my seat and you could see the wonderful relationships that you each have with people in your communities and the work that you do as you engage with each of your communities in your own distinctive ways, right? You each do that. And I get the privilege of seeing that. You may not get the privilege of seeing that amongst each other, but I get the privilege of seeing what each of you do and the connections that each of you makes. And it's great, and it is an asset to the system. I think, what Ms. Boatwright is saying, I think it's just, when you get an influx of ESSER dollars, and you have an opportunity to innovate, and you have an opportunity to design and build something, right? And then all of a sudden you're seeing that there's progress with what you've designed and what you've innovated, then that becomes something that you want to think about having some sustainability with. And through that process, then you build in the process of something that is more formal in play that everybody can then easily tap into and still reach out to the people in the district office to execute on it with support. So I think you're all in the right places. You all are doing the right things. You all have incredible connections within your constituencies. And so I think we just move forward with that, I mean, because I think it's there. I think it's just a matter of formalizing some processes that we have in place because we are at the stage where we should be thinking about formalizing those processes because we found something that seems to work, right? And seems to have some positive outcomes. So I think that's really, I don't know, I think that kind of sums up this piece, but I don't know.
Well said.
Okay. I think is somebody else that has something that they haven't spoken about? Mr. Name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was actually on the school board or school district website right now, and under the community tab, there's nothing for community engagement. There is an engagement tab, engagement with Beaufort County School District, but it's how to communicate with our section heads. There's nothing about being an extended learning site. There's nothing about how, here's a list of projects that we're looking for community leaders to be involved in. There's none of that there. So, I mean, if we're looking for tools, like my esteemed colleague from the 3rd District said, those would be a good place to start as far as giving the community an option to say, hey, we have some, some people that are willing to pitch in. How do we do it? So that seems like a good place to start. Thank you.
Okay, let's move on.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next item, we're good?
I'm good.
Okay. The next item is hall monitors feasibility. So Ms. Fidrich, when she was still on the board, made a motion not long before exiting the board regarding the feasibility and mentioned potentially a feasibility study and that kind of thing. We don't need a feasibility study, right? Because the answer is simple. Is it feasible? Yes, it's feasible. But what does it require, right? If we're going to put 2 hall monitors at each middle school and 2 hall monitors at each high school, we're talking $1.8 million. At the same time, we're talking more extended learning sites. We're talking other aspects like that. It's been my experience, having seen hall monitors on campuses, having had hall monitors, that hall monitors, if the idea is to stop vaping or stop fighting, hall monitors aren't going to do that for you, right? So I would rather see us use that 1.8 million that would cost in a different, we're getting ready to enter, Tanya's over there freaking out, we're getting ready to enter into a very difficult budget year. We've got some very difficult decisions to make. And so I personally, this is how I see it. But if the board directs me to put in hall monitors, we'll move forward and execute on it. That's just my perspective on hall monitors, having had hall monitors, having used hall monitors in my schools, and that also comes with additional other issues that people don't typically think about when they say, let's go with the hall monitors, right? So personnel matters and personnel-related issues that go along with that too. So is it feasible? The answer to that is yes. We don't need to pay anybody for a study to tell us that it's feasible, because it just requires a decision to go do it, right? If you think that is what is best. It's been my experience that 1.8 million could be put to better use with some of the other types of things that you all have suggested, because I don't think it will stop a fight. So that's the hall monitor piece.
Gordon first.
Me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, this is awkward. I agree with Dr. Rodriguez. Yes, it's feasible. Have seen the hall monitors impact in our schools, and also remember when they were taken out of our schools. The BMSs, and I think we still have BIs, the behavior interventionists, they are a resource, for our children, okay? I don't believe the hall monitors will stop fights. They won't. Will they get to the students who are in the bathroom fighting? Will they be able to get to the second hallway to try to break it up? Probably so. But when you look at the cost and you look at what our students truly need, I would rather see, some therapy, someone in the schools for them to talk to, because a lot of times that's what's missing. So I'm not against the hall monitors, but I do think that we can look at, or should look at, some more options. Look at what we have. Maybe we should increase our BMSs or BIs in the schools. But when you're looking, you have an SRO, right? We do have SROs now within our schools. And when you talk about safety and the personnel that you hire, it is very difficult being in that arena, and Dr. Rodriguez would tell you, to break up a fight. Because sometimes it's not two students. That's easy. Sometimes it's 8. Sometimes it's 15 students who are imposing some kind of danger in our school. So what will we use the hall monitors for? That's my question. What will we use the hall monitors for, and how will they impact the learning within our schools? Thank you.
First off, I would like to say this: when you go back to the original point of when the hall monitors were taken out of, that's the reason why I was learning about the study. Hall monitors were taken out in 2014 so that we could retain an attorney. And so when I look at the pros and cons of it, what we pay. Let me say this. First off, SROs are not hall monitors. They're there for public safety, and if something happens that is tragic, or someone breaks the law. And I've had admin and people have told me that the SROs will let them know that their job is not to go and watch the halls and do different things, because they're there for the law parts of it. So also, once you get the law involved, then that is out of the school district's hand. Once the officer comes in and once you activate him, then the situation is his. So it's not much going back. Some may say go back, and some may say, oh yeah, we know the school's handling it. But mainly, the SROs are not hall monitors. The hall monitors' jobs is a bit different, and also those kids 9 times out of 10 see those hall monitors. Even when I was in school, I hear that what Dr. Rodriguez is saying, but my experience in being a student from this district and being a product of Beaufort County School District, hall monitors are very much needed. And also, when you look at the amount of hours that teachers are putting, not teachers, that administrators are putting into different things that are going on in the school that could possibly be stopped, or could possibly be what's the word I'm looking for? But not just deterrent, but could be stopped before some of these situations happen, because kids normally tell hall monitors when a fight is about to when the fight is about to happen. And saying that, I feel as though we could say having police in communities, that don't deter people from murdering people. We had a situation in this county last night, unfortunately. So saying that is saying we should stop having cops, but we still have one. Heck, we have one in the room right now tonight. So I think that for us to say that not having hall monitors doesn't stop it, that's not the answer. I think that it's worth a test, and we have different BMSs and we have different functions, but some of those functions, I don't think that are operating on full cylinders, so that we can even see what some of those functions are working on, and that's problematic. But the function of a hall monitor is to, yes, stop and deter those kids from vaping in the bathroom. They know the hall monitor is going to come in, and those hall monitors, they get to know those kids. The same way the teachers know those kids, and the same way the officers know when stuff happens in the community, who did it, and in what area, those hall monitors learn that. So they become family to the school that they work at. They become almost family to the kids, and they begin to trust them, and they tell them when stuff is about to happen, and so they interject before it happens, and they effectively stop that from happening. And I think we've been rogue for so many years with us not having hall monitors, that this community, some people's community have accepted us not having it, but I've seen where the schools have gotten worse not having them. And I remember not long ago, all our principals were saying, hey, we need hall monitors. We don't really have time to be in the schools. So when you ask yourself, in terms of not only of hall monitors and level of education, if our administrators are handling behavioral issues, how can they get in there and evaluate those teachers? How can they get in there and sit in their office and focus more on the educational process when they're dealing with making sure the kids ain't in the bathroom vaping, making sure this not happening on this hall, dealing with this situation? But hall monitor is a safety and security issue, the same way how the last bond referendum, everyone was big on safety and security. We can't pick. I feel we can't handpick one situation or one area when it's convenient. Not saying that you are, doctor, because I'm sure that's not what you are, because I know you care about what's going on in this district. But I think that we ought to give it a try or a test run. Yeah, it may cost, but when you go out there and you ask the parents, because I remember we had a couple board members talking about, well, when we had a school that was they figured that they needed an officer. We didn't care how much it cost. The board voted that night for you to contact the police department and get an officer there that next day, or something like that. It might not happen in that order. So once again, this is the same thing. If security and safety is the number one thing in our community, then we have to put our money where our mouth is, and I believe that we can try it. And if it don't work, then get rid of it. But saying that officers don't work in the community, that's not good. Because to me, that's the same thing.
I just want to be clear.
Well, I'm going to declare it. I'm going to declare it into my interpretation. When we said hall monitors, that's the same type of interpretation when I watch and I understand how he interprets is different from how I interpret it. I'm just comparing those things to each other. No, he didn't say that. But to me, comparison, that's how I interpret it.
Okay, let's
I'm done.
If you want to make a motion to direct the superintendent to have initiate hall monitors, make the motion. We'll see what the will of the full board is.
Sure. Well, you know what? I see some people have some questions. Let me hear their questions, because let me think about this.
Let's move on.
Why if someone have a question?
You've made your point. We can have a discussion after you make a motion, but let's get a motion going so we can resolve this.
It feels like you're forcing me to make a motion. I may not want to make a motion, but I see one of my colleagues she has her hand up, and so there's nothing wrong with it.
She's taking her hand down.
Oh, okay. Well, since you were since I'm being forced to make a motion, at this time I make a motion that we. I make a motion that we ask the superintendent to bring back a starting process of putting hall monitors into the schools, to bring hall monitors in schools.
Do we have a second? I don't see a second, so the motion doesn't go anywhere.
Obviously, I understand that. That's why you wanted me to make the motion. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, because that's how you felt.
Let's go on to the next item. 45-day count. Rodriguez.
Dr. Stratos is coming up, and
here she
she's got
comes.
the 45-day.
All right.
So as a 45-day count for this academic school year, student population pre-K through 12, we have 21,492 students.
Say that number again, please.
21,492 students. That is pre-K through 12.
Dr. Rodriguez.
I just have my notes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you remind me what last year's numbers were at the same time?
Yes, ma'am, I have. We had an increase of 21 students last year. Total pre-K through grade 12 was 21,465 students. You want, I have 3 years consecutive.
Yes, ma'am, please.
The year prior to that, would be the 2021-2022 academic school year, pre-K through 12 is 21,294, and we had an increase of 171 students, ma'am.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Don't we usually get that broken down by like school or grade level or anything else, or is it always?
I think that usually comes in the
In the CIP?
operations book. That I think, Robert, when is the operations? January.
Yeah.
January, it comes out in the operations book.
It used to come out in January? Okay, all right.
For this academic school year, sir, 2023-2024, pre-K through 12, 21492. Would you like the prior year again, sir?
Oh, no, I have all
Okay,
those.
yes, sir.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
That's a 2023, Mr. Smith. Yeah.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recall that during COVID, we saw a dip in student population, and there was certain sites that were more severely affected than others. Is there any way that we can get maybe some current data on where they are in their recovery of students, or, you know, if they're still kind of staggered behind others?
I could have that brought forward, and would you want a comparison from the point of COVID coming forward? Because we have to note, we also had students who relocated during that time period. So
Right.
the numbers are going to be a little skewed on the re-entry.
Right.
Because there was so.
I just know the Bluffton area was affected pretty significantly in one specific school, and I just am interested in knowing where they are, especially as we discuss, you know, new ECCs and K through 5 in Bluffton.
Do you want that to be part of the January, or would you put on the agenda for the December
Oh, you can just
meeting?
email it if you'd like
Yes,
to. I
ma'am.
mean, it doesn't have to be a
Yes,
full
ma'am.
report. Thank you.
Other questions, comments? All right, let's move on to board business action. The first item is a resolution declaring the results of the referendum. Tanya? And
Once
Franny.
again, with me this evening is Franny Heiser, our bond counsel from Burr Foreman McNair, and she's going to present two resolutions for you this evening. We are asking for motions. I think you've been provided with a motion on the agenda for each of them, and they both regarding the referendum. So this is the beginning of our journey toward the next referendum, so it's exciting. So with that, I'll turn it over to Franny.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, it is really delightful to be with y'all today. So I was thinking, just as a political sense, there was a happy days are here again. I mean, y'all have had two successful referenda. The one in 2019 was really amazing. The atmosphere and a lot of things about the school district were very different in 2019. I think that to have a almost $450 million referendum with no tax increase and with such a huge turnout is really a testament to I think the trust and how the community feels about y'all as a board. And so congratulations, and thank y'all for letting me continue to be part of it. The first resolution is the official resolution declaring the results of the referendum. The results are attached, that the official results that we get from what used to be called your election commission, And this is a document that, once your board chair and your board secretary are back in Beaufort, we will have executed, and we file that in the courthouse for y'all, and that makes the results of this referendum incontestable. So this would be the first resolution we'd ask y'all to take action on tonight.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you. I move that the Board of Education accept resolution declaring the results of a referendum held on November 7th, 2023, on question of the issuance of not exceeding $439,035,000 general obligation bonds of the School District of the Beaufort County, South Carolina.
Second by Ms. Gordon. Discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Hay, aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries unanimously.
Thank y'all. The second resolution we have for y'all is a combination of a reimbursement resolution and sometimes what we call a green light resolution. The reimbursement part of the resolution is required for IRS purposes, so that as you spend monies on the second referendum projects before we've issued some form of debt, whether it be a bond anticipation note or a bond, you will be able to reimburse the school district once the debt is issued. And so the IRS requires that you officially declare your intent to reimburse. It doesn't really require that you expend funds, but I know that y'all are raring to go on some of these projects because the planning for them was actually part of the first referendum. And so if you're in the mode of expending funds before we issue the new referendum or part of the new referendum debt, then you'd be able to reimburse yourself. The second part of this authorizes your superintendent to put together the team that he needs in order to begin to go forward with the referendum process. And that includes getting a timeline or a proposed cash flow, because the manner in which you will be issuing the debt, it depends in large part upon when you need the money. You've got your financial advisor, Brian Nurick, who is with y'all and is on board with y'all for at least a few more years. I'm actually the member of the team that needs to be reapproved, to be honest with you. I hope that y'all see the Ms. Crosby, Mr. Nurick, and myself as a team, as a three-legged stool that has allowed y'all really to profit and benefit from, I think, a very high level of financial or capital financial resources, and without a whole lot of headaches. We don't like headaches. Ms. Crosby doesn't like headaches. And the team we now have in place versus the team that was in place initially for the first referendum, it's night and day in terms of headaches. And so by adopting this resolution, you would authorize Dr. Rodriguez to make sure that my commitment to the school district is coextensive with the financial advisors, so we keep the team together. And I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Go ahead with the motion.
Okay. I move that the Board of Education authorize reimbursement of expenses incurred prior to the issuance of general obligation bonds approved in a successful referendum held in the School District of Beaufort County, South Carolina on November 7th, 2023, authorizing the superintendent or his designees to undertake actions necessary for the issuance and sale of the bonds and other matters relating thereto.
Second by Dr. Wisniewski. Discussion? Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't recall a resolution like this in the past. Is this the first time that we've done one with reimbursement and also the Section 5 where it authorizes the work with the team?
Correct. You have done reimbursement resolutions in the past. In fact, the one that you did for the 2019 referendum was you didn't pass that till January, and it was after a big contentious discussion about how much you would be allowed to expend before you were reimbursed. And so the hope is that this year the confidence level is there, so that you look to your administrator and really your finance committee. I think that the finance committee would play a very key role in making recommendations to the board and to the administration on how this debt service rolls out.
So, thank you. So you're saying we did do a resolution like this where it allowed for reimbursement, but it was a little bit later after we had passed the referendum in 2019, is that correct?
It was just a standalone reimbursement resolution.
Okay, and do we know dollars on that? Was it a specific resolution that said you're allowed to reimburse for this specific amount?
In 2019/2020, the answer is yes. It was a very specific dollar amount. In this case, y'all would be informed, and your finance committee would make recommendations before any monies were spent. So the board will stay in control of how much money might be spent and then reimbursed. You also will stay in control of how the debt is issued through your finance committee. I think the plan is to bring the bond resolution to y'all maybe in January, and that will authorize what we call the kitchen sink. It will authorize bonds, bans, might authorize you to do a small GO through SCAGO. I mean, we've got, everything is available. The whole menu of options will be available to the school district, and it would be the team, so Ms. Crosby, Mr. Nurick, myself, Finance Committee, and the board, so that's sort of how the information will bubble up and come back to the board for approval.
Okay, so the final amount of the reimbursement will require board approval then?
Yes.
Okay, and then the second question in regard to that Section 5, was Section 5 in the previous one or no?
Now, Section 5 is usually what we put in the bond resolution, where y'all engage certain professionals. We wanted to go ahead and sort of take care of that now, so that we know that the team, as we put together the proposed financing plan, that you don't have any question about who your team members are going to be.
Understood. One more?
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So my only concern with Section 5 is making sure that we're not in any violation of the procurement code in authorizing this.
You are not.
We're not. Thank you.
Just to let you know, this morning, Tanya and I had a Zoom call with Brian Nurick, our financial advisor, to start this process. It will be brought up at the next Finance Committee meeting, and then we're looking at January 12th, I believe, is the date?
December 12th. Mr. Nurick will be present at the December 12th board meeting
December
for the
12th.
full board. So he's unable to attend the December 5th Finance Committee meeting, so he's just going to come to the full board for an update.
Right. And you're going to be there as well, as I understand.
Correct. I will be there on the 12th, and we'll either have the bond resolution for y'all on the 12th or in January.
Also, just for your knowledge, we are now being shopped around the state. We're being shopped. Go use the Beaufort method of bond referendums. This is how you do bond referendums right. So that's
That's very true. And Ms. Crosby is going to be on a panel discussion at an Institute for CFOs in December to talk about this success story, to go from 11 years of barrenness and tumbleweeds and now to be able to finance what y'all can do with no additional millage increase is really something very special, and is something y'all should be very pleased with.
So,
and Todd just reminded me, December 12th will be information only.
Yes.
And it'll be in January that we'll bring back a bond resolution, and I don't want to steal anybody's thunder, but we got a big 24 looking at y'all. Brian's got a lot of ideas, and so you'll be seeing us back a lot to see what we can do to fine-tune your capital plan. It's in great shape, but everything can usually be fine-tuned, and that's what we're working on for y'all in early 2024.
Okay. Call the question. All those in favor of this resolution, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you very much.
Thank y'all. Y'all
Motion
have a nice
passes.
Thanksgiving. We'll see
Same to you,
before
Franny.
Christmas.
Thank you. Next item is a resolution declaring, or the board determination on the appeals of the Materials Reconsideration Committee reports for the following books. Boy, Girl, Boy by Ron Kodik, Flamer by Mike Corrado, Grit by Julian French, Lucky by Alice Siebold, Scars by Cheryl Reinfeld, Shine by Lauren Mackerel, and Carnival by the Bay by Jessie Ann Foley. Do I have a motion on this, Ms. Boatright?
I move that the Board of Education uphold the appeals from the Materials Reconsideration Committee reports for the following books. I guess.
Been moved and second. Who seconded?
Mr. Campbell.
Mr. Campbell. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed?
Hay, nay.
And Boatright, nay.
No, Boatright said aye. I just took
I'm
my hand up, sorry.
Wisniewski, nay.
I
Okay.
abstained. I abstained.
You abstain? And one
Nay,
abstention?
nay.
Okay. So, what numbers do we have here?
No, because we're missing 2 and Will's gone, so we're down to,
There's an absence, an abstention, and 3 noes.
so it's 4, 3, 1.
4, 3, and 1?
I'm a no. Wisniewski's a no.
Who? 1?
Vice Chairman, I changed my mind. I'll vote yes.
Vote, you vote, what? Yay?
Aye.
Yeah, oh, yay.
Yay, okay.
So 5, 3, Robin,
5, 3,
with 3 absences.
2 absent,
3 absences, because Mr. Smith is absent.
3 absent, that's right. Okay. Motion carries. Now we have the consent agenda.
No, I think we have OE 15.
Oh, yes, yes. OE 15, safety and security. Who we have to talk about safety? Mr. Grisham, please come forward.
The man himself.
Pardon me?
The man himself. Head of security.
Good evening, boys.
So, you gave us a cast of 3 or 4 came in and told all the details. Are there any questions by the board on that OE? Pardon me? Go ahead.
Mr. Grissom, thank you so much. And I just want to say I thought behind your presentations to be very thorough and explain well. Discipline's a tricky subject, and there's technology components, and there's physical components, and all that. But as far as what the OE does, I have always found, as been on the operations committee, that you give a very extensive understanding of what's going on. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Dr. Wisniewski.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I regret that I wasn't there for this operations committee meeting, so I missed a lot of the reporting. There's included in this OE, it does say that there's attachments, but I don't have them in my packet here today. Was it at the committee level, there were attachments, though?
Yeah, they're in
Yes.
I saw them in here.
Yes.
They're in a weird place.
Maybe I missed them. Because what I was looking for was those attachments that have more data, numbers, dates, things like that.
Like, oh, there they are. They weren't where I was supposed
Okay.
to be.
So I'd be happy to support as long as I can find them. It was
No, but I thought I saw them.
They are, they're in
Yeah.
community.
They're in community.
Oh, sorry, I don't have the internet on my device right now. No, I'll just abstain from it for this evening. I don't want to keep anybody.
Mr. Smith, you had concerns about OE 15. Do you want to express them?
At this point, if we're not concerned about hall monitors, then I guess we're not concerned about this either. So hey, this always do what you. My vote is stand for it. It's the same thing.
All right. We have a motion to accept OE 15.
I move that we accept OE 15.
Okay.
I accept. I mean, I second.
Second, all right. It's been moved and seconded to accept OE 15. Any discussion? Sorry? Ms. Gordon seconded, that's correct.
Like the board secretary over here.
Okay. Hearing no discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hey, aye.
Hey, aye. Any nay?
Mr. Smith, no.
Okay. Motion carries.
Sorry, I'm an abstention.
I'm
I'm an abstention.
Abstention. One abstention, one no, the rest ayes. All right. Do we have any public comments? No public comments? So based on consent agenda, unless there's objection, this meeting is adjourned.
We have a problem. We
have a
did not
problem.
vote on didn't we not leave the revised fire safety plan on the consent agenda?
Yes, on the consent agenda. So we have to.
So we have to vote that.
We have to vote on the consent agenda.
Okay.
So
So, Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
second by Mr. Dallas. It's moved and seconded to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Hey, aye.
Any abstentions? Motion,
Yeah, I'm going to abstain.
one abstention. Now, we'll take a motion, whether it be a
So
consent
moved.
agenda.
Oh, that was loud.
No, any objection to adjournment? Hearing none, you're adjourned. Thank you very much.
Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.